Do what I gotta do here. Okay, we'll open up the hearing for the committee conference on HB 1106. And what I'm gonna do is go to the Senate there on this amendment here, because you really have us confused on what this commission of demographic trends are. I mean, and whether this even came to the House.
Thank you, Representative. If I may speak for the Senate, in HB2 of last year, we removed an ongoing commission that started in 2018. By we, I mean we accidentally approved it. When the Office of Strategic Initiatives split up into Department of Energy and Business and Economic Affairs, it was my understanding that they didn't fund. It's been historically they have not funded a position for the state demographer that we authorized in 2018 as a legislative body. And that authorization also created the Commission on Demographic Trends and required some of our state agencies to create 10-year current service budgets so we can start to look at as a state long term. So in the HB2 of last year, when we saw the demographic commission line, I just assumed it was taking out the funding for the state demographer as we had done previously. However, a representative brought it to our attention that it actually took away the entire commission, and the commission has been meeting. It has 4 representatives on it. It has governor appointees on it, and myself as a Senate appointee. And we've been meeting since 2018, kind of a hiatus in the COVID times, but we didn't realize that we were not a ongoing commission any longer. The LBA had been meeting with us. They didn't realize it. And so I apologize for sticking this on your bill, Representative, but I tried to find some place where I thought it wouldn't be offensive to anybody, but it's a commission that is still meeting. However,
Right.
we should not be meeting because we're not actually in statute any longer.
Okay. So the HB2, it was in HB2, you're saying, but it just took it out.
Yes,
The
HB2
commission.
took
That's
it out
my
without us
understanding, right.
realizing it.
Okay. Did anyone else have anything on that, Rich or John?
I think I'm good.
Okay, so I was a little concerned because I didn't know whether we had a House hearing on it, but since it was an HB2,
Yeah, so you had I guess you had a House hearing on it in 2018 and we approved it then.
right?
But we just didn't realize that when Strategic Initiative split up, they just deleted the commission.
Okay.
And the House didn't realize it. The Senate didn't realize it.
Mhm.
The LBA office didn't realize it. The governor was still appointing members to the commission. It was Representative Horrigan that pointed it out to me. So
Oh.
he was the only
Okay.
one in the state house that realized that it was not an actual commission anymore.
All right, Rich.
Not that we want him to be right.
Rich, did you?
Yes, Senator, I'm just curious. What's the mission of, I mean, demographics can be huge. I'm just curious what your mission is with that.
Linda.
So in the amendment, the duties of the commission. Oh wait, that's yours. Sorry, I'm trying to find my amendment.
I gave you a side by side there too, by
Oh,
the way.
yep, sorry.
You know, what you have there.
So the duties of the commission is to look at the net migration goals of the state, to start to require some certain state agencies that will be impacted by changes in demographics to look out 10 years versus just doing a 2-year budget. So start to plan as a state, what are the challenges that we're going to be facing? Like, what are the bumps or declines in funding that we're going to see coming forward so that we can not be surprised by budget issues, or also that we could challenge something saying, why is your budget increasing when we know that the demographics in this funding pool are decreasing, things of that nature. So it's more of it's a long-term look at things, and also a better way for the legislature to be informed of what the state is going to be looking at long term. We have some very active governor appointees on it. We don't get much attention, but it's really an interesting commission.
Oh,
And our
okay.
goal is also to be more interactive with the legislature, and we started to do that in early 2020, and then things kind of stopped. And
If I may,
Yes.
I know that New Hampshire historically, as far as demographic trends, we're a very old state. But then I saw recently that young people are moving or staying in the state. I'm not sure, but that would be a tremendous demographic trend that affects housing and affects, if we're getting younger, that's a great thing, especially for healthcare and so forth. But we know we have a housing crisis, and that impacts young people. I think there's a tremendous need for that, particularly in the area. I mean, like I said, demographics is a big subject, or it can be, you can narrow it down. But just in that one demographic trend, it has long-term impact to a lot of things that we do.
I agree, and it sounds like you would be a great commission member.
Well, I would be happy to.
Yeah.
I used to teach statistics, so I enjoy
Oh,
that
yeah,
that sort of numbers,
Yeah.
But when it says, I was confused when it said net migration goals, and I said, net migration goals. What the devil is that? Because migration, is can mean a lot of things.
Yeah. It's the inflow versus outflow of population, and births, and so, yes.
Okay, Linda?
Erin, I was wondering, you're going to put out a biennial scorecard. What will that scorecard consist of? Who's doing the scorecard, and what are you comparing it to?
So thank you for the question. That biennial scorecard, the first one was due in 2020, and unfortunately that's when, like at the end of 2020, and that's when we shut down. So we haven't actually done that yet, but it would be ideally to highlight some of the legislation that the commission either agreed with or advocated for. It would be to note what we've identified as our net migration goal. And currently it's going to be something along the lines, it's something more vague, to your point, that it could be anything. And it would be to meet the needs of the population of our state, because right now we don't have enough people to fill all the jobs to meet the needs. So I can't tell you what would be in that scorecard, as although I currently chair the commission, I probably will not be chairing it again since I'm not running it again. Oh, it would be the commission that would put it together.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I mean, we're at the end here, and it's November 1st, 2022 is when it's going to take effect. It's 10 years, right, from that date.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, is there going to be a cutoff before that, or how is that going to continue to stay funded?
So it's an ongoing commission that just has to do reports. It doesn't have any funding. Oh, and one thing I do want to point out is that in this version, I did take out the state demographer, and so there is no state expenditure for this. The departments have been able to create the 10-year current service plans themselves. That was a concern of theirs, that they wouldn't know how to do that without a state demographer to do that for them.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, is Senator French on board with this? Because he's awful quiet, I'm just checking.
I prefer to be quiet about things I really don't know about. Thank you.
All right. You know something, I'm glad that I did call the committee conference on this, because we were confused on it. But Erin, you definitely clarified it for us there, and I support it.
Great.
Do we have any issues here? Okay, then I'm going to close, unless you have anything else to add to it.
You're good.
Okay, for the state reps, if you've never said, you're gonna have to go down, to the, legislative office here and sign off on this here that we support HB 1106. And then I'll write a little statement for the House that in accordance with HB 2, it was mistakenly taken out, that we're support, putting it back. Okay? I'll close the committee of conference. Thank you, senators.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next one, my other one at 1 o'clock is gonna be interesting.
we're trying to see if we can find Senator D'Alessandro, but I'll give him another minute. We can start, I guess. Yeah.
Any flowers completely received from his position, where he said, "Now I want to change all these other things too." And I'm like, "Well, let's build it down first. I just put these 3 words to make it consistent. I'll see what's up." And I got all my committee members to agree.
You saved your seat, Tim.
Little known and infrequently seen.
Okay, I'm gonna call this committee conference on House Bill 1221 to order. And let me just start by saying I did a little research on this. I think we all agree to the underlying bill, which is reducing the business profits tax from 7.6 to 7.5%. And then it looks like the genesis of the amendment was Senate Bill 333, which was pretty much innocuous bill, wasn't very complicated bill, but on our side at the House, there was a floor amendment that added the 7.5% pay to Division 1 and Division 2 out of state money, but going forward forever. And again, most Republicans on our side did not like this idea, but there were a few that voted for this. Wound up in the Senate, and look, my research says that the 333 was non-concur. Fine. And I'm gonna look at Senator Bradley. Maybe you can pick up the story from that point. What happened that you attached this to a version of this to 1221, or either one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, this started out as trying to get a temporary reduction to the gas tax, which, as my colleague to my left will attest, didn't get too far too fast.
Exactly.
And so I thought that the whole purpose of trying to reduce the gas tax was to help people that are struggling right now, and it seemed like the 7.5% on a 1-year, one-time basis, while we had the surpluses we were generating, was the next best alternative. So that was the Senate position. There's been a lot of debate, and now I'm just speaking for myself, on 7.5% permanently. I said it on the Senate floor, I'll say it here again. If we're generating, the kind of revenue that we are right now, I think, we should do it. But that should be part of next year's budget. So what 1221 is a reduction of the BPT and a one-time 7.5% payment to cities and towns for retirement costs that will help property taxpayers. And it's accelerated to this fiscal year, 23.
Right. So the only question I have is, how do we know that the cities and towns are actually going to put it to tax reduction? Are we just faith or what on that?
We don't know. I think that Senator Guide added language to it that, makes it clear that that's what the intent is.
Right, I saw that.
But it's like anything else when we send money back to
Right.
cities and towns, it's local control run by select boards, city councils. So I guess I could expand more upon that, but I think I don't need to.
That's fine. Yeah. Representative Lang.
Thank you. I agree with Senator Bradley. I think that this is the best use that we can possibly, we have no control over what the cities and towns. We've made it clear it's one-time monies. We obviously don't want them to use this for ongoing operational expenses, but used for one-time projects that they won't have to spend money on in the future. And I think the BPT is, again, that was a good compromise by the Ways and Means Committee, the House Ways and Means Committee from the original bill, which included BET. I think that, again, the smartest move is one-time monies for one-time projects, and using our surplus we have now to pay for this in this current year makes absolute sense.
Okay. So I don't have a problem with it either. The reason we called a committee a conference is that I mean, we're Ways and Means. This is a Ways and Means bill. I went to LB, legislative budget assistant, asked, okay, what kind of money are we talking about? Because it wasn't in the bill. He said around 28 million-ish. So I said, fine. I went to my leadership because, okay, is it on your grand plan to spend 28 million on this? And I finally got that answer. But in between, we call a committee a conference. So I got clearance to, yeah, the 28 million is in the plan, if you will, of all the surplus spending we're going to do. Now, some of my colleagues are, well, just like most of people in my party, did not like the idea of this, the larger number going on forever and ever. Do you two gentlemen have anything you want to add? But so I think we're gonna concur with this. We're gonna accede to the Senate position on this. But
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our original disappointment was that when we looked at the amount, 28 million, it just so happened that that's roughly the amount. This bill, 1221, started off as a reduction in the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. And because there was some concern about the number of tax reductions we've done, and COVID and everything else, where's this whole thing going to come out? We put in an amendment and only reduced the business profits tax. And now with this attached to it, suddenly there's the 28 million again. But I certainly understand the idea of trying to, in this time of difficulty, helping cities and towns with their tax, reducing taxes. So at this point, I would agree with it.
you okay? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Just as a commentary, another thought in the process was that we are in an extremely volatile world and national economy with inflation nominally at 8, actually around 17%. And so rather than make a 7.5% contribution permanent, it would be better for the next budget cycle when we sit down and determine what the real innies and outies actually are based on then existing conditions. That'd be much more appropriate to make a decision such as this to make it permanent after we have a little bit more history on where the economy's going and obviously the impact at $4.40 a gallon for regular at the pump this morning. That's not going to be good. So again, I think caution is appropriate. I think the 1 year is a good deal.
Representative Lang, thank you.
Thank you. And again, I think it's important to remember, Representative Jadid, that the BPT is an ongoing permanent reduction, whereas the 28 million, again, because we were concerned about what was going on, is just a one-time expenditure, and that's why I supported the problem with the BET is it's a long-term, and I think Senator Guide is 100% correct that the volatility of what's going on in our economy. We talked about the amount of fake money in our state, right now with all the various acts that the federal government's done and dumped trillions of dollars out to the market. We don't know how that's going to play out long term. So I think this is a really smart move to use those one-time monies that we have currently. I think my email this morning said we had 287 million in current surplus. So it makes sense to use that money to give whatever we can to the towns to help them off on a one-time basis.
Okay. I'll just someone make a motion that we will. I don't know what the motion would be, that we would decede. I don't even know if you need a motion. Yes. Lang, we'll see. Second, Janagian. So we're willing to accede on our side. And I would imagine you would concur with that session. Okay, we're all done. Thank you. Okay, well, we're going to come out of recess on House Bill 355. And since the Senate called a recess, I will look at you, Representative Senator Guider, and tell me if anything new from your side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, the Senate would still hold its position with respect to the displays.
And I'll say that the House still holds its position. So, um, so it, it sounds like we're at an impasse. To me, the House is already compromised. As I said yesterday, this bill came to us, and the prime sponsors sitting here. We didn't act on it the first year. We retained it, and then we came up with a compromise within our committee, which is the bill that you asked for a committee a conference on. What is we? No, we asked for the committee conference because, right, you had amended the bill to, so I don't know. I mean, I can just react to some of the comments from yesterday. Mine is a principled stance. It isn't like the senators didn't have principled stances. You have principled stances too. One that comes to mind is marijuana. The recent marijuana bill was very principled stance against, and I testified, but then I watched the end of that hearing back in the office, and there were many businesses that wanted this bill to pass. Even though it was the state ran the retail, but everything else was private sector, agriculture, growing, transport, testing, and manufacturing. And I know when I chaired the marijuana commission years ago, the agriculture guys were there all the time wanting to say, please pass this because it means something good for us to have another crop to grow. But to me, I mean, I was against the bill too, the marijuana bill that the Senate killed. But that was a principled stance. And to me, this is a principled stance. And I'm also, as chair, I'm also of this group, I'm also representing the full House Ways and Means position. Our Senate message came on this bill early. So we had a chance to talk about this in Ways and Means. And the position was, no, let's hold our position. So it's not just the four of us here. It's five. Tim's not on this. Tim's just sitting here. So, and our guidance was hold, and they knew what the alternative was, is if the Senate didn't accede to our position, we'd just walk away. So, so that's where we're at. If you don't accede, if you don't want to accede to our position, then we both walk away and the bill dies. Come back next year. When it comes to the only other thing that was said yesterday that was, yes, I know communities vote opt-in to Keno. But a lot of those communities voted in. It was Keno Garden. Remember we sold it as Keno Garden. We were going to pay for kindergarten with this. Now, I don't know if that was a factor in towns voting for it, but it was also sold as just in establishments that pour liquor. So, and here, now we're going to amend it to be more inclusive of every other business that has a license, a lottery license. The biggest ones being the grocery stores and the convenience stores, but also the drugstores. Most drugstores have them. And I personally don't like that look, but again, those communities didn't really vote for that have already voted. So we're not saying in this bill you have to revote if you don't want it in your local CVS or Walmart, whatever. So that's and I think the voting members here in the House are you're pretty unified in that position. So I'll just leave it at that.
I would ask the chairman upon what principle you base a decision to deny a business owner the right to display anything in his or her business. I've offered the option of one display, limiting the size of the displays. To me, the principle is we support businesses here. This does no harm, and I would ask upon what principle you feel you should deny the screen in the store.
Well, I just got done explaining. So you voted against the marijuana bill. What principle did you use to deny the growers access to growing marijuana? I mean, it's the same thing.
The numbers of the marijuana bill are astounding. When you offer a person to grow 3 plants, not that that's the topic of this discussion, the amount that they can produce far exceeds what they can use, therefore creating an opportunity for sales and adding to the black market. There isn't a child advocacy agency in the country that supports the legalization of marijuana under any premise. That's the principle that I use, protection of the society.
Right.
That's one of our obligations.
Right.
I don't see how denying a screen protects society. I do see how it offends the right of a business owner to, in fact, engage in his or her conduct of business.
Well, you know, we talked about yesterday, look, I respect you guys. This is a friendly little argument we're having. So, I mean, someone said, well, they can go to another store if they don't like it. But again, in some of our smaller communities, the next grocery store is 30 miles away. So if it's in the store, and then you're going to say, well, they voted for this in the town, but not everybody voted for it. And I just think most people don't want to walk into their grocery store and see these screens there as if it's a little mini casino. They don't want that. That's my belief. So
That's yours, a
so it's my
personal
principle.
belief.
And
That's
but that's also the belief of my full committee. We would have passed this bill. You amended what we didn't want. We did not want that. We amended the bill we said, okay, we heard the grocers, we heard the convenience store guys. They were very vocal about this, that they cashing tickets from restaurants, that people leave early, they want to cash, we're not getting anything for it. So we heard that. So the compromise was, okay, it's just like any other lottery product, you could put it, and you can put a little sticker on the window, lottery ticket sold here, but not the screens. The screens are just, it's a whole different look and feel.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I have not received a single email, letter, or phone call opposing screens in a grocery store. Not one. I've received numbers of all three supporting the fact that they would like Keno. I think as a display of the business enterprise of Keno, I think it's
Right.
it's not offensive. I think that there's a way to get a compromise, which is what we'd like to see, to put one screen in, limit the size of the screens, but to say no screen and say that that's based on principle, I don't agree. I think the principle
Well,
that we operate under live free or die here,
Right.
it's
right.
not harmful.
Right.
If it's objectionable, that's a whole different game. But it's not
I'll
causing
assure
harm.
you it would be objectionable to a lot of people.
How many
and
letters did you get?
I got none. Most people don't even know what's going on in the State House. They have no idea. And I know there's a couple of locations I per conversations with the lottery that would like to see this. Couple.
Did not the entire Grocers Association come out in support?
Yeah, it's 8%. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's money. No, I heard differently, that a lot of the big chains would not want this.
Then they don't have to take it.
I know they don't have to take it. So, look, yeah,
Prime sponsor, can I speak?
yes, you could. Remember, you made the motion for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I think I don't think we want to get back into I think everybody agreed that in general, the bill was a good idea, that we want to allow businesses the option to retail that are licensed lottery locations, the option to sell Keno in places that have already approved Keno. I don't think that's up for our discussion. The only real issue that's the dividing line is the screens, is whether or not we allow one screen, no screens, or an option for whatever they want to do. And I guess I bring it back is that, like the senators and even like yourself, as you just admitted, I got 0 emails in opposition to this bill. And I advocated for this bill all across my Facebook and all across social media because it was my bill as the prime sponsor. I got 0 pushback from citizens about the bill and understanding what the bill was. And I recognize I made the motion, and I recognize I'm a believer in incrementalism. I'll take something over nothing if my only option is nothing. And in the committee, my option was nothing if I pushed it too hard against the May. I do think that there were members that were in favor of passing it with the may and not requiring the business a shall not, but allowing the business to make the decision of their choice. And again, I think it's a reasonable compromise, especially from what I've heard, where they made a compromise. If the concern we heard was that there was concern about a Keno barn and people throwing up 1,000 screens and running Keno and grocery as a secondary option. And I think it's a reasonable compromise if we were to reach a 1 screen limit, and say that it's your argument of having a Keno barn goes away. And it's a reasonable compromise, giving the business a choice. If they want to put up 1 screen in their seating area or wherever they want, then that business can make that choice. I think that's a reasonable compromise.
But the full Ways and Means Committee did not agree to that. And it's more than me talking here. I'm representing the committee. We're all representing the committee. If you like that idea, bring it back next year. We'll see how a 1 screen bill goes. I'm not gonna proceed. Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to get too far off track, and I appreciate your position on principle, but in regard to the marijuana bill, the drug is illegal federally, and it is our obligation to uphold our constitutional rights of our constituents. The reality of the fact is that you get the right administration in Washington and a directive comes down for the AG to enforce the law, then everyone who has used marijuana recreational, medicinal, or otherwise can be charged with a felony and disarmed by the federal government. That is my position, and that's why I have never voted for that. You want to get the federal government to devolve that back to the states, we can have an honest discussion about whether marijuana should be a product here in the States. But as long as you've got that conflict, and we took an oath basically to not pass laws that are conflicting with the federal government. And as long as that happens, then there's no way that I can change my position on that. Now, on 355, I've been thinking since we met yesterday as to how we might be able to do this. But what keeps coming back to me is that we worked really hard last year to come up with a budget that was going to be an economic engine to New Hampshire. We did that by lowering taxes, by inviting businesses to come. And, I am aware of large businesses that are planning on coming to New Hampshire. I don't know where they're going to get their workers, but that's, that might be a challenge for me on, okay, how do I draw them from other states? But the fact is they made a decision, they're going to come to New Hampshire and they're going to establish the business here. It is our job as legislators to create the opportunity for somebody to establish a business, to grow a business. Once they do that, the risk is all theirs. That business may fail. I mean, I'm a selectman in the town of Milford. I remember a time when there was a tattoo parlor that wanted to come in, and the boardroom was filled with people that said, "No, we shouldn't have a tattoo parlor in town because it's not in a family friendly environment." So I'm saying, okay, so like the family friendly environment, like the bar at this place and the bar at this place, and there's like 4 bars around the oval in the center of town. Now, in the end, that person had a good record from where they were coming. There was no reason why you shouldn't let them in. They came in, they took the risk. A half a year later, it didn't work out for them and they left. But that was totally their decision. You know, we gave them the opportunity to come in, to establish their business and to try to grow it into something successfully so they can support themselves and their family. And I think that's what we're trying to do with this bill here, is to create an opportunity. And I can't base my opinion on whether, you know, just like the tattoo parlor, it was some place that I would never visit. I probably wouldn't even promote it. But if other people wanted to go there and do whatever, then that was their business. Just as if there's something in a store, if somebody doesn't want to look at a screen, they can let the manager know. And again, you know, what drives business up and down is whether the policies of the management are going to be acceptable to the customers that walk through the door. And if a business establishes something and they start losing customers, chances are they're going to change it. And, you know, so I really hope that we could really look back at our position, that our position is to create opportunities for business. And what we should be regulating is the discriminatory actions that they might have against their employees in terms of race, sex, whatever. But not we shouldn't be regulating the aesthetics of it.
Well, Gary, Senator Daniels, first off, if we don't pass this bill, not one of the businesses we're talking about is going to close. Not one. Not one. This is going to be such an infinitesimal amount of additional revenue. It's not going to make a matter. Again, and all the big players aren't going to go for this anyway. So you know, and Keno alone isn't going to bring any business in. It's not going to bring anybody. Who's going to come in and just have Keno? But we're trying to avoid that, actually. And as was said yesterday, there was some concern about lottery revenues, but you know, we're going to be just fine with the lottery because of the gasoline prices, and less people buying scratch tickets at the gas station. But on the other hand, because I chatted with the executive director after the meeting, that on the other hand, our sports betting is doing great guns, not showing any slowdown. So we're way ahead of budget. And yeah, if the gas prices continue the way they are, yeah, we'll probably come back to more normal range, but it's going to be made up by the sports betting revenues. So I hear all of you. Just call me a thick Italian Mediterranean head here. I knew Lou would laugh at that, but we're going to hold our position on this.
Recess.
Yes. You want a time to meet? Yeah, recess, okay. Guys. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of preserving the bill, the Senate will accede to the House position with the commentary that you've yet to provide a principle upon which a decision to refuse a store owner to show a screen in his or her store. But we will accede to the House position and we will revisit it come next year.
You. Thank you. I think we are all set then. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Okay, we all set? I'm gonna open up the hearing on the committee of conference on 1256, related to the positions within the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. And one of the things I'm not happy as a chairman, that 2 amendments were attached using veterans, and I know it's not you 3 right here, it came from the finance, you know, because every 2 years we use as political pawns, our veterans' bills, you know, they stick on amendments, but that's life. But anyways, I'd like to get some, on the First Amendment from the Senate, if you can, somebody can explain that one on the Medicaid costs for ambulances.
The ambulance Medicaid costs, I'd be happy to, Chair Baldessaro. So it's been, let's see, 17 years since we have actually seen an increase, a reasonable increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates for ambulance services. And why we're asking for this now is that we have not only we have a workforce crisis, and ambulance services are having difficulty not only, staffing, but with their operational costs. And without this is one way that we can assist them in, meeting, basically continuing to operate and serving our communities. So it's, as I said, it's been a long time, and I was approached at, close to the 11th hour about trying to get something done this year. We have established a workforce study, not a study committee, we've started a workforce committee with Commissioner Quinn over at the Department of Safety, and we're really working hard on recruitment and retention issues. And this was identified as a key piece because we have limited sources of funding for emergency medical service units. So we decided to try to raise these rates because it hasn't happened in so long. This will, especially in areas where there's a high Medicaid payer mix, this will make a significant difference. So it's a step in the right direction, and that's where this started, Representative.
Representative Edwards?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please ask Mr. Ribson to come up? I think some of these questions may be for him. Lippman, sorry. I've got Sununu on the mind.
And who was,
Henry Lippman.
see, I don't work with him, that's why I don't know who he is.
So Mr. Littman has worked with us on this. He's the director of Medicaid for the
Okay,
state.
now I know.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Henry Lippman, the Medicaid Director for the record. In addition to what Senator Prentice has outlined, is the commissioners received a number of letters, emails from nursing homes where ambulance companies, based on the staffing crisis, are not able to service the nursing facilities, which is resulting in delays and some transfers. And the concern is that is likely to get worse before it gets better. And while this won't solve the problem completely, it will, I think, contribute to a start to. And would appreciate, I think, the issue of things starting to unwind, if you will, for being able to provide service is something that's a fairly recent phenomena. It wasn't necessarily present a number of months back, but we're starting to see that fairly regularly. Some of you may have the nursing homes that are affiliated with Genesis in your communities, and I think they're the largest provider, and they've 2 of the largest ambulance companies that service them have pulled out from providing regular transfers. And that's, I think, why it's important to try to do something in this session if we could. Thank you.
Follow
So, Mr. Lippman, I have maybe 4 really and the factual scenario. It was stated that there hasn't been an increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates for ambulance services for 17 years. Is that true?
The 3.1% increases did improve the rates of ambulances, but I can share with you that they're, compared to Medicare, for example, they're way less.
No,
than
I want to just stay on
Yes. The answer to that is-
what rates we had and when we had them.
Yeah.
So I heard that we haven't had one in 17 years. You're saying we've had a couple in the 17 years. Could you just tell us the year and the amount?
in 20 and 21, January of 20 and 21, there were two 3.1% increases that were covered in the overall provider rate increase, is my recollection.
Oh, oh, so follow.
Yeah, follow up. Let him finish it.
Okay, so those raises, I assume, went through the governor's standard budget process, and the governor determined that process determined that 3.1% was the right amount. Is that correct?
No, that was across the board, it provided to all providers of services. It was across the board. That was in HB1, HB2 in 2019, I think, session, to be implemented January 1 of 20 and January 1 of 21.
Okay, so the governor didn't put it into the budget. It came in the back end during HB2. Apparently somebody realized the rates were too low, and a senator or a representative put the 3.1% in. I'm trying to understand the chronology of who did what and how much.
Okay. There hadn't been a rate increase for 17 years until the legislature in 2019 session approved a 3.1% increase for all providers in Medicaid, service providers in Medicaid, to be implemented on January 1 of 20 and January 1 of 21. So there was nothing distinct for ambulance services. It was across the board to all providers.
Follow up.
Okay, so what I think you just told me is why I don't recall this in Division 3, that this was not part of the governor's budget proposal increasing the rates for ambulance services specifically. Because I'm trying to remember why I don't remember this.
Because I think it
Yes,
was in the session before you were.
Yeah.
It was 19 session.
Yeah.
Not 20. It was implemented in 20 and 21, but not in 19.
So I still have follow.
We had no clue on it. We like it. I agree, probably, but we don't know. So that's why we're glad you're here.
And well, thank you. As the chair of Division 3 Finance, this is just sort of a common
So
area.
feel free to keep going. Then.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, so this couldn't have been a crisis only in the last couple of years. Why do you think there wasn't a raise proposed in the normal order of business in the governor's budget?
So I think coming out of the pandemic, right, or in the pandemic period, a number of the EMT, EMS people migrated to other parts of the healthcare system, whether it's working in hospital ER departments, working in urgent cares, doing other types of things. I think we had a meeting with the head of EMS in terms of licensure in the state, that even though the workforce is not changed a lot, it's not changed a lot. There's a lot of ambulance EMS providers leaving, if you will, the ambulances, fire services. And it's really, again, only since probably March, April timeframe that we are starting to really see where ambulance companies are withdrawing from providing chair car services, from ambulance services to nursing facilities. And this is being seen in other states as well. You know, Massachusetts has had the problem. We had seen it after the budget was long by us to start to see the problem actually materializing in our region and then in New Hampshire.
Good.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. All right, so in the upcoming governor's budget process, is there going to be a specific request for ambulance services increases?
I think that we would need to consider doing more than what's here if the trends continue to go the way they're going. I think we're in a beginning crisis phase. I think it.
Oh shit! I turned that off. I really did. My smartphone has outsmarted me again.
Yeah, I think that we will need to do more than here, but I think it's important to do something now. I mean, what's proposed here amounts to a 15% increase in the current Medicaid fee schedule for ambulances, but we're still well below even half of Medicare.
I can't imagine anything being half of Medicare.
That's why we're having the problems.
So in closing, Mr. Chair, I would say that Division Three fully funded every one of the governor's direct care budget line items this past budget cycle. And had this been put in the budget, it would have been funded. And so now we're showing up, it's a crisis. I don't like crisis. So if we could just figure out why we failed to plan, because that turns out to be a plan for failure. So if we could figure out how to do it right in the next budget cycle and continue to do it right, I would appreciate that.
Well, certainly we'll do a better job. I think what was not apparent to us is what would happen in the period of during 20 and 21, let's say, in terms of what's happened to the healthcare labor market. And, you know, the department prepared its budget, you know, at a time when it looked like all this was over. And certainly it's over in many respects, but in terms of the healthcare workforce, it's not.
So yes, sir, I will admit that your job is a lot harder than mine, because it's just a lot easier to throw dirt clods from here. But I if we are less, and I just want to be able to do this the right way in the future, so that our healthcare system can plan and stabilize and take care of our citizens.
You probably recall, if I could add just my comments, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just that when we began looking at financial items, at one point it looked like the state was going to be in like a $300 million, $500 million deficit. So in terms of trying to put more money in the budget, you know, that what was not known was how much federal money was going to come in thereafter. That being said, I take your comments to heart, and we will try to do a better job in the upcoming budget.
Okay, before I go to Senator Parentis, Mass Miller, and then Senator Hennessy, one question that pops in my mind: 868,264. Does this make us compatible with like other states, or are we still below the totem pole here?
I think we're well below the totem pole for, you know, ambulances unfortunately have not received a lot of attention over better than a decade. You know, just to give you, we had done some calculations to bring us up to 50% of Medicare would have been a $2.3 million number. To bring us up to the average rate for the New England states would have been a $4 million number, just to give you some perspective on.
Well, he might be answering the question.
Okay, thank you. Senator Parentis?
Thank you, Chairman Baldessaro, and a lot of Representative Edwards' questions in terms of the chronology covered some of the points that I was going to help, but Director Lippman has handled that for me. I did, if I may take this moment to respond to your last question about what's happening around us in other states. Is that appropriate, or do you want to wait?
No, that's appropriate,
Okay.
because I'm wondering, I don't know if we have the power. If I had the power, I'd raise it. I mean, I don't know if I do or not. You know what I mean? If we're sticking it to our ambulance drivers, and we should be taking care of them, I would think.
So,
But
thank you. And so Maine reimburses at base rates of 100% of Medicare. Vermont reimburses, and this is at base rates at 74% of Medicare. Connecticut reimburses at 72%, Massachusetts at 62%. And just, if I may, Director Lippman, and we are at,
We're
the lowest.
We're the lowest.
Yeah, 38%, right at the top one.
If we approve this 50?
We're still below 50. To get it up to 50 would require both state and federal funds of 2.3 million. This proposal at 15% at 887,000, which is in here, is 342,000 is the state share. The federal share is almost 545. I think that, as I understood from leadership standpoint, that as you had suggested, we need to do more work in this area, and I think, in part, I think this is a step to get to the next step.
Representative Hennessy? I'm sorry, Senator Hennessy.
Thank you. Question for Director Lippman then. So my understanding, when I was on Senate Finance, when we added these funds, that these funds, 868,000, which I believe are all general funds, right? 868,000?
No, the number in there is there's a state share and a federal share.
So is it 50-50?
It's a little bit better than 50-50. It's probably closer to 56 or 58% federal.
So my understanding is that would bring us from 38% to 50%. Is that not correct?
That's not correct. To get us to 50%, the calculation was it would take 927,000 in general funds and almost $1.4 million in federal funds to get us to 50% of Medicare.
So what is 868 in combined funds get us to?
I don't have that calculated off the top of my head. I do know that what it amounts to is 15% over what we're paying today, which probably is pretty close to the 30, mid to upper 30s, as you had suggested.
Have you answer you want? I know Senator Sharon Carson taught me years ago, make sure you take care of our employees, so I gotta make sure I don't screw up on this as my last hearing.
Director Lip.
Okay, wait a minute, are you done, Senator Hennessy?
Yeah, I'm just confused. I thought we brought the rates up from 38% to 50%.
Do we have the power to do that in a committee conference?
If the 868 is is the general fund portion, then yes, you are bringing them to 50%. I thought the 868 was a total appropriation.
After Sharon.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if
you
you
Yes.
look at the side by side, it does say under section 8 on the last, on page 7, that the Department of Health and Human Services shall increase the Medicaid reimbursement rate for ambulance services to be equal to 50% of the Medicare rate.
I didn't see that language. I apologize. So that
this
the
is-
868 would be correct to
This
bring it up to.
fund, this funding will bring it up, and I think, and also regards to Representative Edwards' comments that, he will bring this forward during, the next budget cycle, and this is something that we do need to continue to work on. So I think that, this is, in my opinion anyway, it's entirely appropriate. We do need to, at least 50%. We can't, add that to, for folks, for out-of-pocket expenses. It's extremely expensive, and the more money that, the state can pay to help people so they're not struggling with out-of-pocket medical expenses, I think is entirely appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Representative, you had a, oh, I'm sorry, Representative.
Is this an ongoing issue that will have to be addressed annually, or will that 50% stay across the board for an uncertain amount of time?
I think that is sort of a point in time measurement. Typically Medicare is going up in the low single digits. You see typical rate increases 2 or 3%. Sometimes a little bit more than 3%, but you don't typically see Medicare going up from a provider standpoint in jumps of like 10 or something like that typically.
Thank you.
Okay, rather than beat this anymore, let's get a consensus here. One more, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I assume that this is still under the FMAP percentages, and we're getting a little bit more federal money for our dollar these days.
Yes.
And then, given that's the case, if we were to increase the general funds portion of this, are we confident that the feds would have the money to continue the FMAP match?
Yes.
Okay, so if we threw another 100,000, then the feds would come back with another 120 or whatever the math is.
Yes.
All right. So so based on that, if we could have a discussion, I'd be open to increasing the amount a little bit, but that's just me.
What's the census here on increasing?
I think the Senate would be very happy if the House agreed with the 868,000 of general funds that we've allocated to increase the rates, and that to look at it again next year.
No more.
I just don't know where we're at right now, money-wise, so.
Well, I know I met with the speaker earlier. He was talking about revenue project 400 million. But I kind of agree with you. I want to raise it, but I'm not a finance person, and I think we have maybe 6 months left to go to the next budget cycle. So I would think here this would cover us until then, and then the new budget to go ahead, like you said, and go at it. I kind of agree with you there. Anyone else? Yes.
Chairman Baldessaro and members, the plan was to make this increase now and to start working immediately on what we should be doing for more sustainable pathway and coming back and working on putting this into the budget next year. So that is, we're making this ask now, knowing that we have more work to do. And so I just wanted to share that.
Okay. Anyone else?
So
Do you want to make a motion on? I mean,
no,
I'm just
I'm
not-
still in the discussion mode,
Okay.
if that's okay. The reason I'd be open to increasing it some is because we're under the FMAP matching, and that FMAP matching is going to go away at some point, and I just as soon if it were there for a little while to take maximal advantage of it. Our money's worth more under FMAP than it will be when FMAP goes away. So it just seems like it might be timely. Could you tell us, Mr. Lippman, when FMAP is projected to go away, the extra matching?
So I think that we'll have it at least till the quarter ending September. And then potentially, based on the news yesterday, that there's expectation it may be extended one more time. It could be to the end of this calendar year. I think for certain you could count on through September and potentially till the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so
So I'm okay with the Senate position. I'm okay with making hay while the sun shines.
the Senate want to say what we have?
Yes, we would appreciate you.
Okay, then I'm going to put this aside. We all in census, we agree with this here amendment? Okay, then we're done with that one. Let's move on to the next one, please. Let me see. Let me get what I want here. On the next one here, which on the $1 million, does somebody want to explain that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I invite Senator Lou D'Alessandro up to the microphone?
You sure can.
Thank you.
Figured it out. Left you a message.
Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Senator Lou D'Alessandro. I represent District 20, Manchester Wards 3, 4, 10, 11 in the town of Goffstown.
Thank you, Senator. I know that you and Senator Gaida worked on this amendment, and I know you have a lot more history on this. So could you tell us the importance of the $1 million?
Sure.
Thank you.
Some of us were around when the Army came to us and presented a proposal to the legislature with regard to a project that they were developing in Manchester. The United States Department of Defense granted Army an $80 million grant to get into the regeneration process where they would do practice, let's call it exotic medicine, the creation of organs. And the creation of organs would play a very significant role in how we treat our troops coming back from a war-torn area or something of that nature. And it's really a parts replacement situation. And Dean Kamen has been well known throughout the world, really, for some of his inventions. He invented the insulin pump. He invented the wheelchair. He invented the wheelchair that climbs stairs, and he invented the Segway. But very, very intense research in very cutting edge research, and the creation of organs, the creation of body parts. I mean, do you know what that would do to the world that we live in today? The lives that would be saved. So he came to the legislature, and I think there was House and Senate approval. We gave to the Army a tax situation where we negated their business profits and their business enterprise tax for 10 years. In association with that, a fund, the governor agreed to this, a fund was going to be set aside. It would max out at $5 million. That money to be used to redeem loans of people that we were bringing in to do this extensive research, because it does take a credentialed individual to perform this research. Now, the caveat was this: if a person got loan forgiveness, they would have to work 5 years with the program in order to get loan forgiveness. The loans, the money would be given to let's call it the old research and development. I'm trying to think of the old name of the program, but it's now run by state. The state. They would manage the granting of these loans, the loan forgiveness aspect, and make sure that everything was cut and dry. The governor was very up for doing this, and it was a $5 million would be set aside over a period of time, and that was going to be a general fund appropriation. That's how all of this started, and that was the genesis, I think, of the $1 million that they came to the Senate and asked for. And I think Senator Guida was the person who sponsored that piece of legislation. Now, in looking, this is in essence part of workforce development, to be honest with you. But you needed this. From their standpoint, you needed this item, this loan forgiveness aspect of it, to draw in these very highly qualified individuals who would be performing the research. Now, I've visited Army, and I encourage every one of you to visit Dean Kamen's DECA outfit in Manchester. And Army is in an older building that was at one time owned by the university. And these research projects are taking place, and the initial research is heart regeneration, and it's amazing to me some of the things that have gone on, and that Senator Hennessy is sort of the genesis of the program, the idea of the money, and it was the $5 million was going to be the number, and the governor was going to appropriate. It was going to come out of the governor's fund. He was going to ask the legislature to appropriate that money. It was a $5 million max. It would be managed by the state agency, and the caveat was they would remain in the employment of Army for 5 years.
Okay, if I may add here, I could probably clarify just exactly what you're saying here. I had lunch with Senator Bob Guida. This morning I met with the speaker and we pulled the law on this here. My understanding is, and why I was against this here as a chair, on putting it on Veterans Bill, was because there was no hearing. But apparently I was told wrong on that, because my understanding is the original bill for this here was stuck on a labor bill, went to labor. The speaker decided it was non-germane. It had a hearing. It was kicked out of the House here because of non-germane. Went back to Senate and put it on this here. Now, in the bill, it has RSA 162-T:3. What that meant to me, and the speaker, and we pulled it because he really didn't know either. And we seen it July 29th of 2018, hearings were held on this. Then it was put in the budget. But somewhere along the line, somebody failed to fund it. So it was in HB2, was in, except it was not made it over to HB1. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this was out of the meetings after the ranking member on the Democrat side. We were both discussing this earlier on why I had to dig into it a little bit more to see what I was dealing with, because I had no clue. So I'm hoping that will clarify on some confusion that we had on this here, on why maybe it needs to move forward, because as the speaker said, it's give them $1 million. Bob Guida said, let's see how it goes with that $1 million. And then if it's not needed, then we won't need to send the rest of the money.
Right.
But this is a test run to see how much money they actually need for this. Representative Mass Miller first.
Thank you. So this money goes to Army. What happens if another regenerative manufacturing group comes in? Are they able to tap into the money, or is this exclusively for Army?
That's a good question. The program was set up specifically for Army, but I think if a regenerative manufacturing company came in, they could exercise, or they could ask for the same criteria that was given to Army. But I think it would have to be, again, you'd have to vote on it here in the legislature, because Army is the designated receiver right now.
Okay, the other question that I have, thank you, Senator. The other question that I have is, why is it non-lapsing?
Because it's non-lapsing, because if you don't, they continue to recruit, and they haven't spent it in 1 year. You don't want it to lapse, so you'd have to reappropriate it in the second year. So you'd retain it, and you'd retain it over a period of time. You always want to keep recruiting.
So is there a time cap on that of 5 years, or no?
I don't think so. The cap was on the amount of money that we would give. We would give $5 million, and they would have to remain in employment for 5 years. But they want to keep recruiting, and so if they couldn't get anybody in the first year, make it non-lapsing would be attractive for the second year and third. This is an ongoing process as far as recruitment is concerned. They're going to be recruiting for quality people for a long period of time.
Yeah, under the RSA that I mentioned that's in the bill, it basically
Yes.
goes into, explains a lot of this here, but it talks about bonding and other stuff. I don't know what bonding means, the money that we're giving that will go to them for grants.
If it's bonding, that was maybe a methodology that was discussed, but indeed a direct appropriation is a much better way to do this. And there's another way to do this that we're working on in order to come up with the money. But I think you could have done a bond, but I don't think that was an appropriate way to do it if a better alternative were available. And I think a better alternative is available.
Okay, Representative Jess Edwards.
Okay, so I think, because I need to keep it simple for me, the House and the Senate have already agreed on the policy dating back to 2018. We had already agreed on a dollar amount much larger than $1 million.
Correct.
And so we're just trying to resolve sort of a legislative faux pas that we didn't actually put the money where our mouth was.
Yeah, exactly. What we're trying to do is fulfill a legislative commitment.
Follow up. Okay, so because of that, I think I can just support it. But I want to talk about the non-lapsing thing, because I think that's an interesting comment. I see that it needs to be non-lapsing because otherwise, if we did this now, it would expire June 30th.
Correct.
And that's just not enough time to do anything.
Correct.
But it does make me wonder if, since we really don't know what the uptake rate is, if we should, in order to keep from this money getting, pigeonholed and lost, if we should put in a lapse date of 23, June 23, so that the lapsing, it gives us budget discipline and helps the accounting system keep track of the money which reduces fraud, waste, and abuse, which is a good thing. So what are your comments on, maybe we should say, non-lapsing until June 30, 2023?
Well, good comments. Appreciate those. I think that because it's a recruitment situation, and you know that it takes a lot of time to get these individuals, you should give them a time period, maybe a couple of years, and have it lapse in a couple or 3 years, because they're constantly recruiting for the best people for these positions. These people are hard to find. And I think you talk about advanced studies people and so forth. So I think the non-lapsing feature, and again, they don't get the money. That money would be held by the state and would be distributed once good candidates come and Army comes in and goes through the process. I think what's the person's name who in the old Industrial Development Authority? What's that called? What's that called?
You're talking about the military base?
No. The Industrial Development Authority used to handle grants a lot like this, but now it's Kiwi. What's his name?
Yeah, I don't know.
Key Wallace. Key Wallace's entity would handle the money. The money would never go to Army. The money would be retained by the state. Army would then make a recommendation based on the employee. Key Wallace would then give them the money. So that's why the non-lapsing feature, I think, is a good one, because the money's always retained by the state.
Senator, I'm going to go with another follow-up in a second, but what you just said, Bob Gutter told me at lunchtime that the way they found out the money wasn't funded because people went in for the grant and there was no money. They found out that it was never funded. So there was a mistake on our part, the House and the Senate. And that was coming from Senator Guida. But follow up.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so I just want to probe the non-lapsing
Sure.
issue just another time, and
Yes.
that is, and maybe Mr. Williams has an answer to this, because he's got experience in this area. Have we ever set things up so that it would be non-lapsing at the end of the next budget cycle? Like, so for example, if we bought into the idea that it's going to take a while to get the recruiting, but at the same time we wanted to safety guard it so that this money isn't out there in perpetuity, could we set it up as non-lapsing for June of 2025, which would be the entire next budget cycle?
I think we do it with the Veteran Scholarship Fund. The money we used to put in there kept rolling over and over. But go ahead.
Do you have an answer, Mr. Williams?
Thank you very much. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. For the record, John Williams, the Director of Legislative Affairs for Health and Services, and I have worked on the budget process, and I was trying to make some eye contact with former Representative Erin Hennessy now in the Senate, and she's also had experience in this. Deferring to the working with the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, you can certainly push it out to having the funds lapsing on a date certain, typically at the end of a state fiscal year. Generally, the state has been very conservative to pushing it out too far. You hear about encumbering future legislators, but I've seen recent examples of pushing it into the upcoming biennium. Thank you.
So the short answer was yes, we could go to June 2025.
Unfortunately, the Juris Doctorate at the end of my name adds a few words to it. So, but yes, thank you.
Representative Hennessy?
Thank you.
I mean Senator Hennessy. I keep saying Rep.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell me, since you've read that today, does it say that an applicant would have a 5-year payout because they have a 5-year commitment? My concern is if we make this fund lapse in 2 or 3 years, that somebody who has made the 5-year commitment is going to get stuck with something. And this
Right.
is similar to state loan repayment program funds, where we've made that fund non-lapsing, I believe, so that we don't get
Let me
get
say
people
something.
stuck.
I know Senator Guida was the way he was talking, like a 4 or 5 year program. This is that's involved, and then every year more and more kids or students come forward to sign up. So the money has to be ready, available. And if you go, I would think if you go after that 5-year process, it's going to cause problems. I would think with students that are stepping up until you decide to fund it and they see how the $1 million went.
I don't think you pay the, again, this is supposition because the rules aren't in place. But I don't think you pay it all off at once. That you pay the loan off on an incremental basis. That's how you retain it for the 5 years. And that's why the non-lapsing nature is so imperative, because once the guy signs, the man or the woman signs on for 5, they want to be sure that they're going to get their their loan rescinded.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's truly from their standpoint, I think it's a workforce recruitment tool that they perceive that they need to get the kind of people that they need to get into this area of business. Yeah, it's very
Representative,
sophisticated business.
We follow up if?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way I understand something like this would work is if we put this $1 million in now and we set it up with the guardrails of expiring in essentially 3 years, we'll have gone through 2 full budget cycles before the end of 25. And so if it requires more money in order to make good on the 5-year commitments, future legislators could put that money in there. But this $1 million would be set up to where there would be, accountability and control and hopefully, since we thought it would cost $5 million and this is only $1 million, it'll probably be spent by the end of the 3 years. So I don't know. Instinctively, I think it may be a good idea to go ahead and have the money lapse at the end of 25.
If I may, go ahead before I go to the Ways and Means wanted to speak up on it. That's why. But go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, so I just have a concern if we give this $1 million and then make it lapse in 3 years, that it says no forgiveness of such student indebtedness shall be effected unless the person shall have been employed to perform primarily active regenerative manufacturing business activities at a location within New Hampshire for a minimum period of 5 years. So if somebody comes to New Hampshire because they know they're going to get their student loans repaid and they make that 5-year commitment because they see we just put $1 million in here, but then we take the money back in 3 years,
Doesn't work.
they're going to be asking for money.
I agree.
Doesn't work.
But no one's would have had gotten that money.
I gave my word to
Unless they've
Senator
already
Guider, I would
started.
stick with the law the way it's written because of what you just said. That's why we read the law on the 5-year window.
Yeah.
And I think if anything, if they're gonna do it, maybe do it at the 5-year, not 3.
There may be a
Because we'll go
chance-
against the RSA that's in place.
There may be a chance where someone's already started a work commitment and so they could get money sooner. But I think perhaps another option would be that once a year, someone has to go before fiscal and report on the fund balance so that we know if it's being.
We have, not to interrupt you, Senator, but we've got in a bill that we passed, we ask for an annual report from Army to both Ways and Means in the House, Ways and Means in the Senate, Finance in the House, and Finance in the Senate. So they should be reporting on an annual basis as to A, how the project's going, and B, how this situation is going. And also, Key Wallace would be, I think under the setup, would be in charge of this. More reason to make it non-lapsing.
Representative Brown, you had something to add?
Sorry, I walked in the middle of this. So yeah, I guess you know the backstory on this. I mean, we passed this bill 4 years ago. When we did Senator Guider, myself, and Representative Ames are on the Tax Expenditure Review Committee. And we finally asked the Army to come in because we were wondering what the heck's going on. So Key Wallace was the first one to testify about the tuition part of the bill, because there's the tax break part of the bill. And that's when we discovered that we never funded. So I asked him, I said, so you set up the rules, you did all of that. Okay, so how many people are taking advantage of this? He goes, nobody. I go, why not? Well, the legislature never funded it. So Senator Guider said, I'll take care of it. So he originally filed a bill. I attached it to a labor bill. It was the wrong place to go. It was ruled non-germane by the speaker. Then they attached it I think your finance committee attached it to this bill. So understand that, yes, we're 4 years into 10 years. 10 years, 10 years ends, all this money reverts. It's no good per what you were just reading, Senator Hennessy. I think you're uncovering something that we didn't really anticipate. But no money's gone out in 4 years. There might be some money going out in the coming years, but the law ends. I mean, it just ends, and we would assume any extra money that's sitting there would just not be allowed to be paid out. I think that's something we got to clarify. It sounds like whether or not you want to clarify it here or not. That's
Well, the window says 5 years of students. Are there any no students are in the pipeline right now, but
No.
my understanding there were students that tried and couldn't get involved because you said there was no funding. So
right. There's no funding.
if you do the 3 year, like Representative Ed was saying, doesn't that cause a problem with somebody within a 5 year window?
Yes, because they work 5 years, and that's how you redeem the note over the 5 year period. A portion of it on an annual basis. I assume that's how the program was going to be set up. And again, the key to keeping the individual there is the 5 years. The redemption of the loan takes place over a 5 year period.
Representative Evans?
Okay, so what I was obsessive compulsive about is the notion of some kind of a sunset date and a way to make the money accountable. What I think I just heard Representative Abrami tell us is that the law itself sunsets in 6 more years, and that we would probably sweep any funds that were still in this account. So that takes care of my sunset obsession, and I'll stop talking about it.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else to add? Are we all set?
No, other than we asked from Army, the Associate Director, Ms. Tui, about how important this is. And she says, well, we just added another 25,000 square feet. We're still bringing people and we're still bringing companies in. So she said this is very important that we do have this to attract these PhD types that they want. Okay,
That's a
thank you.
win-win for New Hampshire, I would
Yeah,
think.
thank
but,
you.
Anyone else had anything to add before, Grant, are you, I think we may be all set. Yeah, I think we got it under control. Thank you. Yes. Yes, under the workforce development for the program that is called. Yes. Okay, are we all on board with this? Do we have any problems with this? John?
I'm good.
Linda, you on board? Okay, then I will go ahead and file the report that we support both amendments from the Senate. I'm glad you were able to break it down because I'm gonna tell you, I came in today thinking I was killing this a veterans bill to get rid of this. But I'm glad we were able. I had to educate myself earlier with the speaker. He had to educate himself on it, and it worked out great. Okay, so I take it we're all set. So I will file the report, and then hopefully this evening or tomorrow you'll all be able to sign off on the bill. You can just call in and to OLS, and they'll sign you off. Did you have something to add, Senator? Oh, I'm on my last hearing. And I didn't screw it up. Yeah.
Nice job.
6. Yeah. Yeah, this is my last hearing, 16 years.
Reputation that we said yes to each other?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to close the committee conference on HB 1256, and I will file the report with the clerk and the OLS. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your input. Who has that law?
That's horrible.
Hasn't been paid attention to.
You didn't want to go to
Who has the copy of the law?
Right there.
I just have so much compassion and love.
I didn't know where you were going. You're ruining your reputation as being a bad guy.
I know.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, brother.
You
You're
are-
the best. You know that.
All right, thanks.
Chairman Butler, before we put it on this bill, I called Representative Allard, the prime sponsor, to make sure he was okay with it. He thought it'd be a great bill to put it on, since Army does so much for,
Right.
for injured troops. So we wouldn't have put it on this bill unless the prime sponsor
Yeah.
wanted it on this bill.
Okay.
So we were very.
No, that's fine. When they put something on it, like, something like me, or my committee,
Yeah.
we have no clue.
Yeah.
When it comes to, that's why we have Jess Edwards on here on the,
Yeah.
at least on the health side.
Yeah, it was after crossover, so we had to use a
Yeah.
House bill, and I talked to
No,
the
that's fine.
sponsor to make sure.
We
he
worked
was
it out.
okay.
I educated myself at different meetings.
Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka.
Senator Bob Gaida.
Senator Regina Bartzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gunstock has been the focus of a very unfortunate set of circumstances. In 1959, legislation was passed designed to prevent political interference in the business operations of the mountain. Very clear from the intent of the legislation. It left a proviso in that law that allows the delegation to appoint the members of that commission. And the delegation acting within its lawful authority, but with misfeasance, that's a legal term that means the inappropriate application of law, okay, has replaced most of that commission with people who are unqualified in terms of professional background, people who have political agenda, again, in violation of the intent of that law in 1959, and have caused significant distress amongst the population of Belknap County. To wit, 2 petitions with 3,600 signatures opposing the direction that the delegation is taking with its political maneuvering to try to achieve a political outcome. They have removed one person who was eminently competent, Mr. McClear, who built Church Landing from a waste on the edge of Lake Winnipesaukee into the fantastic facility it is today. They have isolated the former chair, to wit, they will not even entertain agenda items that he is considering because he is from the group that developed this master plan. What master plan? They spent almost 5 years developing a master plan. And that master plan presents a phased approach to possible improvements to Gunstock to make sure that it is both up to date and sustainable for the long term. Now, the harm done by this turnover is that the team that they have dismantled produced a $9 million surplus this year, when for the past 63 years that the existing law was in place, it was marginally profitable. They had to borrow money from the county, okay? And so what they've done is dismember the paradigm that was successfully making Gunstock what it needs to be sustainable for the foreseeable future. The people of Belknap County, by the thousands, have expressed their support for this amendment. And given the consequences of the actions of a delegation that is hell-bent on not caring about the electorate, this amendment has come forward, and I would ask you to vote in the affirmative.
Anything you want to add to that?
All I would add that this was passed on a voice vote through the Senate, but I will also add, I mean, I probably should have just talked about the underlying bill, which was passed through your committee, and that is also high support in the Senate for terms for some of the Rockingham County elections.
I'll just add,
I would state that it is germane in the sense that we are talking about elections and terms of office. I would also state that there's serious harm done with the continuing passage of time as more commissioners get elected this fall and so forth. There is harm done, has already been done to the institution of gunstock. And so, again, I believe that because it's a bill related to elections, that it is germane and should be considered that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, this amendment is not germane. And in fact, because the chair of Election Law and Municipal Affairs determined it to be non-germane, that there was a hearing because of its non-germaneness. So I don't agree with that assertion that it is germane.
While it may not be germane, it is attached to the bill and it did pass the Senate. So as far as we're concerned, it is a part of the bill. And I also was requested, Mr. Chair, if you could turn your mic on.
Thank you. I like to keep it quiet. Any other comments? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely support the notion of having Gunstock elected. When I started in local government 22 years ago, I came on the heels of a warrant article to change the ZBA in Northampton from an appointed body to an elected body because of everything that I'm hearing here that's happening in Gunstock. And since then, the ZBA has moved along quietly and with efficiency and without the political turmoil that comes with that can come with appointments. When I first read this, I'm still new as a sophomore here. I question my understanding of the word germane as I've seen it with a few different bills. I think germane means the subject matter needs to relate to one another. But I understand here it's a little bit different. We have a bill in front of us with two parts to it. I support both parts of this bill. So not being 100% sure of how we can get both of these to pass, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get both pieces of these to pass. Because as I understand it, the gunstock piece would take place in the 22 election, which would be November. So if this were to pass and be signed in June, then we could have an effective transition in November. I just don't understand how that would happen unless we can do it as one piece right here. But so I don't know that I've offered a solution, but I've offered my opinion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to add that because of the seriousness of the content of this amendment, it makes substantial changes to the 1959 law that's been working for 63 years. I'm not comfortable with the process and the way that this is being brought about. It needs to be filed as an LSR and it needs to go through the process and it needs to be heard in the House. So I think that's an important consideration.
So
I-
let me ask before we get too far down the road. We're still going to be shooting for 3 o'clock, but if we go over, we'll go over. Is the position of the Senate pretty hard at this point, or do you have much willingness to have some leeway here?
I think the Senate position is very firm. And I would offer in rebuttal that the system has not been working, given the marginal financial performance for 63 years, when the team that put a $9 million surplus in the bank, okay, is being dismantled for political reasons. That is not working. And Gunstock, according to 3,600 signatories on a petition for a county, unheard of. I've never in 30 years in politics seen a county issue raise such a level. Over 300 articles in the paper, okay, numerous letters to the editor, scurrilous, scandalous remarks about myself. My sole agenda here is putting the future of Gunstock, okay, a time-critical decision has to be made. We can't wait 2 more years, okay? Putting the future of Gunstock in the hands of its owners, letting the public vote on the people they want to run their mountain. If we deny that, we say they're not competent. That's what we're saying here. And I disagree with that notion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think at this point, yes, Senator?
Can we recess for about 5 minutes?
Yes, that was going to be my next comment, was that I think we probably need to caucus, if you will, if that's the right term, the Senate members, about 5 minutes, talk about your position, and the House will do the same, and we'll reconvene at 3. Right? Thank you very much. You guys want to?
I follow.
We'll go with those guys.
we have another committee of conference that was supposed to start at 3, so we're gonna move through this quickly. If it looks like we're not gonna be able to get through this rather rapidly, I'll suspend our discussion and we'll take it back up at 3:30. Yes, ma'am.
I have another one that's suspended to 3:30 and then 3:45. Can we do 4?
Sure.
If we,
So, the House position at this point, our position is that we're not going to allow this bill to move forward unless the Senate accedes to the House position.
and the Senate's position is they both go together.
Okay, and so we're at a difficult impasse.
Might I suggest a recess?
Well, we could do that, but we won't get back together till 4.
All right, well, if we have time now, it's what,
We have another committee of conference supposed to start at 3. So we'll do that to 3:30, and then we'll be available to.
that's fine.
I think I think Senator Birdsall, sounds like your schedule is going to drive this.
I'm good for recessing until 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, we'll end this discussion and retake it back up at approximately 4 o'clock. We're going to do that next.
This is typical. This is what is going on. That's one for you. You can read as you leave there. That's some of the stuff that's going on. Yeah, I'm just getting my junk out of the way here.
Are you on the check one about until 93?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I think and there's an amendment from DES which just tweaks a couple of tweaks. I think we're good. So is it Kevin or?
I don't think he's gonna be here.
Okay, all right, so we're good. Mr. Chairman, Senator Avard's not going to be.
We have, sorry. We're now going to convene the Committee of Conference on House Bill 1293. And I would ask that the senators introduce yourselves, please.
Senator Waters.
Still Senator Gaida.
Senator Bill Cannon from Sandown, which is the wine district of New Hampshire.
And we have on the House majority side, we have Representative Power, Representative Piemonte, Representative Dolan, and Representative Majori. so welcome. And would one of the senators like to take the lead and explain
Sure.
your position?
Thank you. And thank you, Representative, for creating a bill that we love so much that we added things to it. But I will say, you know, we appreciate very much the bill coming over from the House. I think a very necessary change. And as you know, DES thought that this would be an opportunity to clear up some things that needed to be cleared up for a number of years and be a good vehicle for that. And then thirdly, there was the opportunity from President Morse to put money into the PFAS fund, and I'll go into that just a little bit. I guess it was my bill a few years ago, established that fund because we saw the PFAS crisis looming and was going to provide funding, which we thought, you know, grants that could go out to municipalities for the municipal wastewater treatment systems. And of course, this is all assuming that at some point we're going to win the suit against 3M and this will get all reimbursed to the state and so on. But it's important to have that fund. And it had been our intent when we set up that the way it was going to be going through the DES, that private well owners could get help from it. And there, you know, that I think there was a sense last year was some changes made to it, and this to make sure that that legislative intent is there, because what we're seeing, Merrimack, you know, you name it, this chemical's the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to be finding in our wells in lots of places around the state. So there's an opportunity to clarify that, and then to put $25 million, which the Senate President had secured, into that fund so that we would have money that was needed. What made this particularly opportune was the number of bills we had coming from the House about Merrimack and about other places. And we had to hold a couple of them because we were not sure they passed continental muster, and asked for an opinion from the courts on that. But this was not to say we did not recognize that we really need to be able to help out these communities. So it was felt that by putting this money into the fund, that no matter what was happening in those bills, that we have kind of teed something up. So I understand that there is an amendment from DES to make a couple of corrections that were needed, and some a technical correction or two in what the Senate had added. So I think that's pretty much where we're at, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Question is that 25 million, is that targeted for the PFAS problem?
Yeah, it's going into the PFAS fund, which we set up for these purposes.
Thank you. Any other senators like to comment?
I'd just like to ask a question, because this isn't in my commerce or judiciary or other areas that I'm more familiar with. How many improperly designed systems were there that this came to be a problem? I know that I read that it took a lot of time for the department to look into these things, but did they actually have any actual cases and controversies of improperly designed septic systems that gave rise for the spill?
Any of the representatives want to speak to that? Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the testimony in the House Policy Committee, I am unaware of any improperly designed systems. However, it was stated that there are instances in which the applications and the specs are incomplete and it's lacking information. So therefore, the DES needs to expend time and energy to reach out to the applicant and request the lacking information. So what we were told is this occurs in 10 instances approximately per year out of 6,000 applicants, which is about 0.2% of the total applicants.
Any other
You're
comments?
very good at
from
math. That was quick.
Committee? Anything to add from the Senate side? Okay, yes, is it Representative Power?
I had a question, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, a procedural question. So, right here in front of me, I have two handouts, and it's a side-by-side to House Bill 1293. And one has more pages than the other, and additionally, I researched this thoroughly this weekend, and okay. So the information that I was able to derive from the docket is different from the information that's in front of me. So I am not aware of a proportion of this amendment by the Senate with regard to a PFAS fund. Could some, where is this in the amendment? Is this part of the Senate amendment, or is this something that the DES? I'm very confused.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the bill as amended by the Senate, and I'm trying to find the actual lines here. Maybe we put that in another bill. I'm sorry.
Sorry, take your time.
Remember when we put that? I think it's another bill. I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah.
I'm
I
in
stand
front.
corrected.
Okay, in front of me, I have an amendment 1825S, and like I said, I spent a significant
Well, excuse me,
amount of time studying this, and I am unaware of that provision.
My mistake. I think that we decided at the last minute to put another in another bill, and it is in another bill, and so what you see is what you have.
Any additional comments from the House side? Yes. Representative Power.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. From my intense analysis of this amendment, I have a number of concerns with it. Additionally, I spent about an hour and a half yesterday speaking with Mr. Tardif from the Department of Environmental Services, seeking to get my questions with regard to the amendment answered. And unfortunately, as a result of that conversation, there seemed to be more confusion amongst both parties. So of particular concern to me is the proposed changes in Section 3 of the amendment that pertain to protective well radii. And I also watched the hearing in the Senate when this amendment was brought up. And no one from the Senate committee asked about what happened to Section A:30-B pertaining to cluster development. That is completely eliminated from statute. So that's I find that very concerning. And furthermore, the process by which this all came about, I understand through my conversation with the DES that these are important issues that need to be addressed through legislation. However, this was not heard in the House Policy Committee. And to be clear, while it has the words well and septic system in it, it is unrelated to the underlying bill. So I'm very uncomfortable with the content of this amendment for a number of reasons.
Senate colleagues, do you have any further discussion you want to add to that?
In terms of the provision A and B, I think we might get some clarification from Mr. Tardif. In terms of the amendment in the Senate, this is what both bodies do, is we amend bills from the other body. And that's why we have committees of conference. But, you know, it is germane to the bill because it is now in the bill. So that's not unusual for both bodies to do this constantly. So that would be, in terms of the procedural aspects, that's just the way things are for both bodies.
Thank you, Senator. If I may, I understand, and my colleagues can help correct me if I'm wrong, but the conversations we've had with DES drive us to a preliminary conclusion that this bill, as amended, is not ready for prime time. It needs a lot more work done to it, and we really, at this point, don't have those amendments that might need to be done, will need to be considered and then put forth, that this bill might be better received after it goes through some additional work by DES. Yes, Senator.
There's an old saying, you don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. This bill is needed. While we're sitting here, PFAS is leaking into wells and expanding its footprint. We have the ability to put money into a fund to start addressing that. People die from PFAS and other similar things. And when you try to make the perfect the enemy of the good, we wind up not being effective as a legislature. So I would submit that we pass this and you repair anything in it next year, because very few pieces of legislation are ever passed that don't require further modification as circumstances and issues develop down the road.
Could you, Senator, could you direct me to where in the amendment it talks about PFAS?
But the fund isn't in here. That was my mistake. But your point about potential pollution and this needing to deal with this radii issue because of people's property rights is significant. In terms of the technical question about parts A and B, I think that's been answered. I thought one of you had an amendment that was being drafted by OLS. Is that the case, Rennie and Rob? Or yeah, if you want, Mr. Chairman, but
Please come up and introduce yourself and turn your microphone on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the Land Resource Programs at DES.
I'm Rob Tardif. I'm the administrator of the Subsurface Systems Bureau at DES.
Please go ahead.
Sure. Let me.
Okay. I've spoken with a few of you folks throughout the past few days on these amendments. The first amendment, well, the underlying bill, as Representative Power pointed out, is relative to homeowner designs for their domicile. That passed both House and the Senate unanimously. So I'd be happy to speak more to that, but I think the questions really are regarding the two amendments. The first amendment being to 45A, 30A, and 30B. 30B is, excuse me, 30B is really the meat of what we're talking about. And what we ended up trying to do is to clarify 30B. And in the process, we went through the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General's office determined that the language in the existing language in 30B was such that it should be completely rewritten to accomplish the clarifications that we're trying to accomplish. So in those amendments, again, the entire language was rewritten. Some of the clarifications and changes that were made were regarding different scenarios when it comes to installation of drinking water, private drinking water wells in septic systems. For instance, if a septic system is installed concurrently, or if a well is installed concurrently with a septic system, then certain things would come into play. If a well is installed without being relative to the installation of a septic system, then other conditions would come into play. We tried to, and I'd be happy to get into those details. I'm trying to stay somewhat general. The other part of the clarification of 30A and 30B is to essentially level the playing field relative to wells installed prior to 1989 and wells installed subsequent to, after 1989. In 1989, well, in 1991, there was some legislation or a Supreme Court hearing regarding a spite well that was installed that encumbered an undeveloped lot. The Supreme Court decided that the protective well radius that was going over the well owner's property onto the abutting property could not encumber or the rights of the adjacent lot to be developed. So it was decided that any well drilled after 1989, the protective well radius on the abutting lots would be forfeited. What the other part of this bill is to try to level that playing field such that wells drilled prior to 1989 also couldn't encumber adjacent lots.
Let me jump in for a minute. Ask my Senate colleagues. What I'm looking at is an amendment 1825S. Is that the one that you guys have? But it's not yet incorporated. Is that right?
(1825S), I believe, is on the docket on the website, as you and I spoke yesterday. There has since been an amendment, 2022-2004H. And in fact, I was speaking with a Matthew Young at OLS to further clarify, and we're hoping that that additional clarification, which would include Representative Powers' concerns about the cluster subdivision provisions that are currently in 45A 30B, be reinstated into this amendment. We're hoping to get that language here. What we're proposing to do, and to the point you were making, Representative Power, it was determined that that language should have stayed in the statute. So we're now proposing to keep that language in the statute.
So where is that language right now?
Again,
Did it
earlier this
OLS?
afternoon, yes, we were hoping to get it here by this time. Through Representative McConkey. I spoke with Representative McConkey this morning, well, around noon. And again, timing has been a real time crunch to try and get this all done.
I think it goes without saying that it's difficult for us to consider an amendment that we don't have.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that was here, and that's why some of my confusion. So
Yes, Representative
it's not
Majority?
here. It's not.
I'm sorry, just to be 100% sure, 2004H is not the latest amendment. We're waiting for one more.
Waiting for one more.
We're waiting for one more. Okay, that's what I just wanted to be sure of. I'm shuffling paper. Thank you.
Representative Power, you had a comment?
No, 2004H is what we're waiting for.
I have that.
Oh, you do?
2004H,
Well,
it wasn't, and as if I can, sorry, if I can at least describe as I understand it, the reason that this 2004H has not been seen on the docket yet is because it wasn't approved by a committee. So it's not public information, so therefore it's not on the website.
So it's preliminary at this point?
Yeah, yes. I was under the understanding that the committee would have had copies of at least this 2004H because I received it through email.
Representative Power, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm very concerned with the process and what's going on. There seems to be a lot of confusion with regards to what exactly we're talking about, what's in the amendment, what's not in the amendment, what amendment's coming, what amendment isn't here. I'm very concerned and very frustrated. If this is something that needs to be addressed, then I would recommend that this Senate amendment be filed as an LSR and it go through the proper procedure. It goes through the Senate and then the House, or if somebody from the House wants to file it, it goes through the House and then the Senate. I am very uncomfortable with these types of substantive changes being done in the Senate and then dealt with in the committee of conference by a small number of legislators. This was not heard in the House. The content of the amendment was not heard in the House by the House Policy Committee. I'm very uncomfortable.
Representative Piemonte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Powell. I would prefer just to drop all the amendments and take the House position on 1293 as ought to pass from the House.
Yes, Representative.
I've had conversations with Mr. Tardif yesterday. I geeked out a little bit. I told him that, admitted that, being on a planning board for 12, 15 years, however long I've been on it. I understood where we were going here and the importance of it. I certainly respect what I'm hearing from my colleagues here also. And to that end, I think the underlying bill that we were talking about, designing a system for your own domicile, is important, even for the reasons that we've got stuff leaking into the, if it's only 10, it's only 10, but that's 10 leaking. If we could get at least that passed, we would have done something. And I would hope maybe we can at least do that much and then try to relieve the confusion about the other things and be comfortable about that in a separate bill. So I'm agreeing with Representative Piemonte there to, if that gets us to move along. I wanted to voice that. Thank you.
Mr. Tardif, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, there was another portion of the bill that is, it's relative to the Subsurface Systems Bureau approval process. It's equally important to us to
Would that be
hear.
an additional amendment?
It's included in this amendment.
Okay.
And what that is it's relative to our timeframes and our ability to request additional information from applications that come in that are not complete or they are lacking all the information we need. The way 45A31 is currently written, it says that within a certain time frame, depending on the type of application, we shall approve or disapprove the proposal. If we don't do that within certain time frames, then by law, the applications are deemed approved. The department has always interpreted disapproved as not necessarily approved, certainly, but not necessarily denied either. And again, we would put out a request, as we call it, a request for more information. It's a letter sent to the applicant.
Let me ask you something, and I don't want to get you in trouble with
That's okay.
the commission or with my Senate colleagues, but with all these changes happening in a matter of days, are you comfortable with the amount of time that your staff has had to research and understand this and recommend to the legislature what ought to happen, or would you like more time?
I think, well, I fully appreciate and agree that it's been quite a crunch to try to get all this information to you folks. I think up to my conversations with Matt Young today in OLS, I think that what's being proposed, and I fully appreciate the fact that you haven't seen it yet, unfortunately, I think it's a pretty complete package. What relative to the process, the amendment to 31, well, there was a minor tweak to that because the language that we proposed, not all of the language was included in this 22-2004H. That again, we were under the impression that the committee had.
So would it be your contention that the 20004H needs a further amendment or needs to be adjusted?
It's slightly, again, the language that we suggested in a Word document that we submitted, or was submitted through Representative McConkey. It seemed as though some of the things in that were not included.
Okay,
And
now
it's
does-
just one,
Does that mean that it's pending, or does that mean someone has a homework assignment tonight till late in the evening?
I was hoping that it would be on your desks for this meeting. So I don't know if it's even a homework assignment today.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just to clarify what you were talking about, the rulemaking, that is on the bill as amended by the Senate. That's page 3, starting on line 24.
Actually, starting on line 29.
Well, as amended by the Senate, I think it's line 24. If you'll take a look. I just wanted to ask that because then I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Perhaps the way I think about it is it's section 5.
Pardon?
It's the number 5 of the amendment.
Okay, so nothing, okay, starting on line 34 then, as amended by the Senate.
Okay. The version we have has it starting on 29, but yeah.
If you may,
Yes, so Representative Powers asked you a question while we're
Well,
as amended
organizing.
by the Senate.
Thank you,
That's why
Mr.
don't
Chair.
want
I'd like
that.
to make a point.
Starting right here.
And to my
That's
point
correct.
with regard
And it
to
goes
this
to the end.
process in the
All the way to the end.
confusion,
Um,
I had a
to
conversation with
actually
Mr.
to,
Tardif yesterday where
and six,
I
so not
pointed
seven.
out to him that cluster development had been dropped by the Attorney General's office, the attorney that drafted this amendment language. Had I not had that conversation and brought it to his attention, it wouldn't be, I guess, being replaced and put back into some amendment which we don't yet have. So my question is, what else in this amendment which we don't yet have? What else is missing? What else may have unintended consequences?
Yes,
We
Senator.
as
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
we as legislators need to take a careful review and look at this language. That is our job. And I will repeat yet once again, I am very uncomfortable with the manner in which these proposed changes are being done. It's unacceptable to me. I don't disagree that perhaps this needs to be addressed, but let's do it correctly. We need to do this right.
Yes, Senator.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what the representative's saying, and I think that's, caution is always good. It seems to me that what is relatively simple here is that part about if you look at the bill as amended by the Senate, that version, page 3, starting on lines 34. So section 5 through section 6. Now, this is, as we heard from DES, is some necessary procedural clarifications. The 30 days, the 15 days, the additional information. You know, we do this about a lot of things. It's good to have that clarified. It seems to me that that doesn't run into the problems that the representative is raising about, you know, time to cook it. And I would think that maybe what we could do is take the underlying bill and this section, forget the rest of it for now, because that obviously is causing some discomfort. We could do those two things, and that might be a way for us to proceed.
So can you describe that to me again slowly?
Yeah, sure. So we'd have the underlying bill portion, right?
Right.
And then we'd have, starting on page 3, on line 34, the version as amended by the Senate. So on page 3, HB 293 as amended by the Senate on page 3, starting at lines 34, and then going on page 4 through line 22. So that's sections 5 and 6. So those two sections, which are just the kind of procedural about the additional information, time period for review, the 30 days and the 15 days, so that people have that clarification and guarantee that things will get done in a timely fashion. That's what the department is asking for there. I think pretty simple. So we could do the underlying bill, that part, drop the things that are causing the difficulties and potential future, waiting for other amendments and so on.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear,
Yeah.
there is another amendment. It's 2004H, which amends section 5 that you just referenced. And comparing those two amendments, which I did over this weekend, that needs to be reconciled.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that we Senate members did not receive that, and
I agree.
I mean, I'm sorry about it. So that's all
I
can
agree.
say. And I hope that the next time that the information will be coming in a timely fashion from the department, so we can act appropriately.
Mr. Tardiff, do you have any final comments to add?
If I could take just a minute, and again, I appreciate everybody's concerned on the timeliness here, and I apologize for that. But the potential consequence of not trying to correct the procedural language in 45A31 is that if we are forced to deem an application disapproved or deny an application because an applicant doesn't have enough time to respond to us, that applicant will then we would have no choice but to deny a deficient application, and the applicant would be forced to then resubmit the application, including application fees. We're trying to avoid that by allowing us to have a process in which we can request more information without formally denying an application.
Thank you. Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have the ability to waive application fees or waive
No.
any fees? No,
Application fees are set in statute.
they're set in statute.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When did you realize that this was an issue with regard to RSA 485-A:31?
About 3
One.
weeks ago.
3 weeks ago?
We were presented, we've been dealing with an application regarding a condominium conversion, condominium conveyance that didn't meet our subdivision requirements. By definition, by statutory definition, condominium conveyance requires subdivision approval. In order to obtain subdivision approval, you have to demonstrate lot loading, which means that the property can support the proposed sewage load. In this particular case, there are many older cabins on this small property at Spofford Lake, and we've been going back and forth with the applicant to try to resolve these issues. They obtained counsel. The counsel pointed out this problem that we've had in 45A:31. Again, the department's interpretation of disapprove was not deny. The department's interpretation of disapprove was not approve, not deny. Request more information. It was pointed out to us that because we approve applications, disapprove is synonymous with deny. Again, that's not the way we've been doing our business for 40 years. And quite frankly, well, it is the case right now that all of these applications that we haven't formally approved are now by law approved, regardless of the lack of compliance with current statutes and laws. That can be a real problem depending on the deficiencies of an application. We have to now approve everything. Again, so this was brought to our attention about 3 weeks ago, and we've been trying to not only draft proposed language here to fix the problem, but we're also been scrambling to try and come up with a legitimate way to address these deficient applications. again, we've asked for more information. We haven't received it in 15 or 30 days. You know, we've been waiting for applicants to respond, and maybe it takes them more time to develop the answers that we need. But all those applications are now deemed approved,
Mr. Turner,
including this condominium conveyance.
if you knew about this, or if your agency knew about this 3 weeks ago, why are we, the last day before this whole process gets cut off, why are we at this point? Why couldn't we have done something in the last 3 weeks?
Well, I guess that's a very good question. I guess I'm not familiar enough with the legislative process to be able to just change statute. I thought, you know, my impression is that it takes this process to go through to change statutory language.
Representative Power?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out that if HB 1293 didn't exist, then DES wouldn't be attempting to address an issue in this manner. They would be waiting until the filing period to file an LSR.
Or the Senate would have put it on a floor amendment on a bill, and you'd be crazy and mad at us again. Can we have a 2-minute recess, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, is the Senate ready to go off and firm up your position in a short caucus? Not yet. Not ready.
Yeah, it's actually represented by Congress.
Oh, who's waiting to approve it?
Yeah.
Oh, is they still waiting? They haven't done it from McCarthy?
Yeah, they haven't received the approval. It was like the final approval.
Do you know who approves it?
I guess. I was told it was Representative McCarthy.
Oh.
Who's the prime sponsor?
Yeah.
They just make their own rules. They just make their own rules, right?
Yeah. They're gonna say this is
They just take a vote. If it's national, they will caucus about it, or we'll take a vote on this now. We can have a mic on too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't speak for my colleague, but I say that if there was agreement on taking that procedural part and the underlying bill, I think we'd be all good to go. If that's not the way we want to go, then we can chat briefly and see what we can do.
So the concern that I have is that in the absence of changing section 5 and 6 and adopting that the department's only option for any project, any construction project going forward in which there's a need for an exchange of information, their only option is to deny the project. I don't think that's good headwork in the middle of a housing crisis. I think that this language works. 2004 doesn't exist. I don't have it. It's never been adopted. It's never been presented. So as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't exist as an amendment. My concern going forward, again, is that the only option that DES has to responsibly perform its functions for the people of the state is to deny any application that goes beyond the time limits. That's the problem that sections 5 and 6 would solve. And that's why I would ask that, that we get that language incorporated and with the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, the statement that you just made, you're referencing the amendment 1825S. So while I understand your point, the point that I would make is that there's further amendments which fix that. So the problem is with the wording in 1825S is that it's insufficient. There's problems with it, and it's the language as written in that amendment is not going to accomplish what the DES needs it to do.
Well, that's why I suggested if you were to take what does in that the mythical 2024 to whatever it is 2004 amendment and you know, rewrite what we got here with that language, we could vote on that today.
Yes, Representative.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's the same response. My understanding is that there's an additional amendment which further changes 2004H that we don't yet have.
Is that the case?
Sorry, we actually looked at that. There was very minor changes that aren't necessary.
So in other words, that what you have there would be what we could do. But if we can't do it, we can't do it.
Okay, any further comments? Yes, Representative Power?
Could Mr. Tardif comment on that remark that was just made, because email was removed, and then there was some other language that was as such that needed to be put in, and I thought that was very key to clarifying what was being asked of when you were asking for additional information in order for this language to be tight. So I contend that we in fact do need it. That language we're waiting for.
The relative to the amendment 2004H, if you read down on line 11 and 12, where it says and deemed administratively complete, that is in reference only to a septic system application, a sewage or waste disposal system application. When we proposed the amendment, we were hoping that that same term would be effectively on line at the end of line 7, where it says fees are received. It doesn't include the term and deemed administratively complete. The difference as far as the administratively complete, if I could just take a second, is we have support staff who looks at every application that comes into LRM, including the Subsurface Systems Bureau, and they go through a very brief administrative completeness check. For the Subsurface System Bureau applications, that would include things like the plan has a designer stamp, the fee is accurate, there's a tax map and lot number. It's not a technical review. So what we're intending by inserting this and deemed administratively complete phrase is that the actual 15 and 30 day technical review timeframes wouldn't start until it was deemed administratively complete. For instance, if during the administrative completeness process, they find that a designer forgot to put their designer stamp on the plan and we send it back. Say, hey, you forgot your designer stamp, something that simple. If they don't get it back to us in 15 days, we have to deny it the way it is now. So we're trying to only include the technical review process.
Senator, one last comment, please.
Yeah, so I guess the question is that if we were to add that phrase at line 7 as indicated, we would have that language would be the language that is what satisfies. And if you would agree to that, and then the underlying bill, we could vote on that.
Comments from the committee on that? No, that's, I asked just for a little more definition. Is it, you have a line 1 to 17 type of way to pinpoint it in the,
Well, I guess what we're saying, and you could maybe take your copy and write it in where you want it and
do it right
hand
now.
it in up here.
Yeah.
That's what we would have. And that would be for reference of any potential consideration.
Representative Piamonte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, maybe it's me, but I think this thing is way out of control, okay? The underlying bill is the House position. I'm voting for that, and that's my vote.
Okay, I think the position that we are solidifying around is the fact that there's a lot of good stuff in the underlying bill. However, we're not comfortable that it hasn't been properly vetted in either the House or DES. I think you guys would, although you probably can't say it, you guys would like more time to scrub this set of documents. So our position respectfully is that we would ask that you three ascend to the House position being the base bill.
I think I need to reiterate the fact that what that's going to do to the process is basically force DES to deny any permit that exceeds the time limitations, which is virtually every permit that has any kind of required additional information to be submitted in the midst of a housing crisis. Okay. And so I will not support that position.
Okay, and any other further comments from the Senate? Okay. Yes, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm absolutely there, and as I'm understanding this, you know, either somebody in a black robe came up with, you know, found this, or somebody, you know, attorneys found this, and I worry about language, and I agree, I want Section 5 to be added. My concern is similar then to my colleagues, that if we miss something here, you know, if this is coming through this quickly and we miss something here, then we're going to go back and fix it later. I'm very reticent to say I support my House position, but I do, because I really want this part to be added to that, but I'm just concerned. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the,
If I might, Mr. Chair, one more remark briefly.
okay.
Thereby delaying for 1 year at least any application that requires additional information which isn't submitted within the 15 or 30-day time frame. Understand the consequence, unintended or otherwise. And I think that the correction requested by the department for that very narrow scope, giving them the ability to do something other than deny, is not unreasonable. I would ask the House to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment to that would be, then therefore, applicants should ensure that their applications are in fact complete and have all the information. Then there won't be any problems.
If I might, Mr. Chair, with all due respect,
Yes.
have you reviewed any of the applications that come into DES, some of these complicated systems for condominium complexes and so forth? There's a lot of back and forth that goes on, that used to go on, until some lawyer or judge decided the language wasn't quite right. So now we stop the entire process of approving or allowing DES and the applicant to communicate because of some reason that is as of yet unclear to me. This is not anything difficult. This is not anything abstruse. This is a very simple clarification that enables the department to do its job. We are stopping the department from doing the job for the people of the state of New Hampshire if we don't pass the language of 2004 as amended by Mr. Tardif.
Well, let me say that, and this will be the end of it, our offer still is on the table to pass the underlying bill by itself. No, okay. Thank you. The committee of conference on 1293 is complete. Okay, we're going to try to continue our conference on HB 1397. We have, I see two senators here. No, she wants to talk to somebody outside. Realize you wanted me. What it would look like at the end. Just polling you. How do you feel about getting this get with the Senate second?
Are you kidding me? Really? It's a request for a recess till tomorrow at some point, earlier in the day. I'm sure the speaker would be glad to replace anyone who can't make it. That's what we're gonna have to do if some of these can't make it.
Let's see. Let me suggest this.
The reason I'm asking for a recess is so that I can speak to the Senate President about this.
Out of respect to you, request, I will recess this, temporarily recess this meeting, give me a chance to look at
Okay? Yep.
Mr. Chair, let me recess now to
What time?
today.
no, just now for.
Oh.
Just to clarify the language, we're not taking a recess, we're just taking a break.